Let's create my friend there for a second. Hi, everybody. How are we doing this evening? Hope we're doing well. I'm very excited about trying this. I don't know how many streams we'll be doing of the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, because I'm not sure how long it will take for me to explore it. But I'm looking forward. Very forward to this. I've remained blind to all the new stuff added in. All I've been told was that I'll know when the new stuff will begin. Where is the game? There it is. I downloaded a few demos, so it was pushed a little further back. It was pushed a little further down than I expected. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be talking about the Stanley Parable in a bit. Don't worry there. I have a lot to say about the Stanley Parable. But I'm also a huge fan of it. And I've been following Crows throughout pretty much all the development part of it. Please choose a screen and subtitle language. What? Okay, I was a little confused for a second. As far as what choose a screen means. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to adjust something real quick. And that's not working out. Okay. I'm sorry, I was testing something. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? Should I answer yes or should I answer no? Because I'm not sure what the question being asked is. This is going to be the one time that I'm going to deliberately just ask you to, to be honest? Okay. I was just wondering. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. I think that looks good. Please enter the current time. Well, shit. Okay. It is 5:31 p.m. Ah, shit, it's 5:30. No, I'm just kidding. Accessibility settings could be accessed from the main menu. That's what I'm going to be doing. I won't be skipping any of the content, but just to give the warning for the chat for when it's needed. I read the thread of Crows saying how much accessibility they added, and it's just lovely. It really is. Anyway, this is a Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Give me one sec. Where is the Okay, never mind. Presentation. Yeah, accessibility. Show content warnings. There we go. Do you know what? We'll also show color labels too. Why not? I'm not colorblind. But it seems like it would be a fun thing to add. For anyone who might be watching who is. Yeah, I've been a fan of the Stanley Parable ever since it was originally a Half-Life 2 mod. I've never played a Half-Life 2 mod. I've watched other people play. I cannot remember who they were specifically. Because it's just been that long ago and is really basically around the time of like when YouTube Let's Plays were like booming. Yeah, no, Crows Free, that's like, I'm just gonna call them shorthand here. Crows Free has been talking extensively about how much they want to make sure that anybody is able to play the Stanley Parable. And I respect the hell out of them for that. I really do. Especially since, while the Stanley Parable isn't what I would say is a horror game, it doesn't have horror elements, and horror games are kind of notorious for being very inaccessible. In particular. It's horror adjacent, I would say. But yeah, I've been a fan of this game, of this franchise for quite a while. I wrote a creepypasta that everybody fucking compared to this game because I threw in one deliberate reference to it. And that was fun. Yeah, existential horror. And I'm really looking forward. I haven't seen any of the new content for Ultra Deluxe besides the trailer, which I'm sure is not very indicative of the final product. Unless we can have the narrator saying that he's gonna buy his his third jacuzzi yacht or something. So I'm looking forward to experiencing this. Let us begin. The end is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
That me?
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order
I'm sorry, I'm opening something in the background. I'm sorry if you can hear that.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I want to join... Wow, I'm sorry. I want to join in on this conversation. I think content warnings are good when applicable. I prefer them being in-game so the game is more upfront about it, I should mention. Especially when it concerns things like the topic of suicide or flashing lights, things like that. I'm not going to skip any of the content in this game, but I am going to have the setting turned on so that way I can give proper disclosement of what's going to be going down. Because honestly, I did replay the Stanley Parable a little bit before the stream, and I forgot how dark some of the endings get.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
Just a box that's full of coffee mugs.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I like working, I just hate my boss. Funnily enough, I'm really just the opposite of that. Yeah, I agree with that. But I like the system of it happening as it goes along as well. Okay, Garfield.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We'll go for the narrator focus ending, I guess.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
Chunk gets
disbelief,
fired.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Excuse me? Oh, okay. Right. We're not gonna do the broom
Coming
closet.
to a staircase,
Ending
Stanley
quite
walked
yet.
upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm just
Stepping
like
into his
remembering
manager's
all
office,
the different
Stanley was
endings.
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered
what
in
the number was
disbelief
at the top
who
hand.
orchestrated this. What dark secret
Top
was being
ending.
held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course,
2, 8,
Stanley couldn't
4,
possibly have known this.
5.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. I'm just wondering if there's like any little secrets or anything. So far, nothing has really changed from the original. So I'm very, very interested in seeing what will. Oh fuck! Hold up!
Descending
Hold
deeper
up!
into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Guys, I'm just going to interrupt everything real quick. I'm gonna turn the screen off for just up. No, it's capturing now. That's good. Guys. Hold on for 1 sec. No. This is good. This is good. I promise. So, before going live, I did make a thread because, like I said, I did write a creepypasta that a lot of people compared it to. This was written like almost 9 years. This is like almost 9 years ago. I believe it was like in June. And Crows, the developer of the Stanley Parable, actually said that they remember reading it and saying that they liked it. I'm just fucking stunned right now. I really don't know how to react to this. I really just don't. For now I'm gonna continue the game, but I'm a little starstruck right now. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't even know how to even react
Stanley
to
walked
this.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'm keeping my word. We're going to go for the boring ending first.
An enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Can you guys write down the number of the passcode so I don't have to remember that? Yeah, the world is small.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
No.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I mean, it would save us a lot of time, guys. That's all I'm saying.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't
That's
be
not the
true.
number.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept
Everyone's gonna
his
post
own
different
life
numbers
in
just to
someone
confuse
else's
me.
Control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Jesus
and as
Christ,
the cold
guys.
reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
No, no, you don't. Yeah, I remember the countdown ending very much. There we go. What always confused me a little bit is that I always thought it was off.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command.
We did it.
Freedom was mere moments away.
We win the Stanley Parable, guys.
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
We beat the game.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Say we will about this being the quote-unquote kind of boring path because it's, you know, the one where you get for listening to everything. But at the same time, I feel like it's, like, strangely beautiful in a way. Now it's time to completely mess up his narrative. Let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm gonna go to that escape thing first.
When Stanley came to a set of
Because
two open
I'm
doors,
obviously
he entered
very
the
curious
door on
about
his
that.
left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I'm sorry, I'm having fun with the door. Don't mind me.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I get that.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
I'm just unlocking achievements in the background as I wait for this.
In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Oh wow, narrator, I
By
totally
simply
knew
pushing
it.
random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I didn't know that I could just keep pressing the buttons. I'm just curious about the this escape route here.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I have to know.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh, fun. Let's find. Let's go meet our violent death.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Nah, I'm good. Thanks, narrator.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
It sounds like me, alright. Ooh, red. Red bean's scary. Ah, okay. Wee. Is there fall damage? No fall damage.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and
Oh,
closer to
okay.
his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
Sure.
Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
I'm ready! Alright, second narrator, what's up?
Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
The part where he kills you. Yeah. Alright. Sure.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
Yep.
What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Yeah. Button sounds. The selection of sounds used throughout the game wherein buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized sound. I somehow missed the first one. Which is easily my favorite. The two doors. The set of the two open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Corridor. The pacing of the opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. It is a good time. The blueprints show the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development through the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Stanley's computer, yep. Nature paintings. There's also the one with the guy fixing his tie, which I believe is like the Steam icon as well. Office computers. Here are the credits. It's going to get a good look at each of these because everyone deserves to have their name be put out there. Kevin writing does an amazing job as a narrator. Like, the narrator for this game and the narrator for The Binding of Isaac Rebirth is like... I forgot his name, it's like Matthias, but... I forgot his full name off the top of my head, but he also does amazingly. That's the one shitty office. Okay. Fun. Very. After the second show was sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we initially planned to use these for promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of these emails. Oh, that's neat. I never knew that the that this was a thing. I'm not gonna sit through read through all of them, I think. Lounge. Cargo was much the same as what's in the final game. I wanted to look like a place where cargo was actually stored. Fair enough. Oh, that's a clock. Okay, I was like wondering what that noise was for a second. The option of falling to their death. That's like, in my opinion, like one of the funniest endings of the whole game. It's so underrated. Simplest version that one out, yeah. That is part of the ending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what card they pulled. Huh. Ending knows it's an image that's been cut. Or is it part of another? Yeah, okay. Decide to abandon and change again, try before once. I believe this ending in the final game, that's the one where you keep falling, if I remember correctly. It's what it's referring to. We're sorry for the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized that this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Fair. For a long time, the elevator and monitor room could go up or down with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed it to an easy cover instead. Fair. Freedom as Zig assisted. I really want the glow up. What is this? Oh, okay. How do we exit to get crushed again? Yeah, I know I've gone in a circle. Do I just walk back out? I'm assuming, right? I'm sure there's a few other things I've missed, but still.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
No, I'm good.
Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose.
I'm gonna choose to die. That's my choice. Turn the system off now, Brayden. You know, Metal Gear Solid 2 is the only Metal Gear game that I owned before 5, and I eventually got it for Humble Bundle. And I never really even got that far into it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, sure.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Not even the narrator knows. Okay. Yeah, what's going on, narrator? Tell me.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh god, narrator number 3.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Yep.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Yep.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands
That's a
the world of the
huge
Stanley
needle.
Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Alright.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
So am I, narrator. So am I, the narrator cinematic universe. Yeah. What is over here? Just a bunch of nothing.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
If it was part of the joke, fair.
Is it
Oh,
broken?
I was wondering the same
There.
thing, narrator.
Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I can't wait for some kind of anticlimax coming in.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them...
That's risk coming from you.
Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
It's just a cake. I'm expecting to be disappointed. The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh my god, this is amazing. This is definitely what Stanley Parable needed. Yeah, this is one of my biggest complaints. I always complain that you can't jump. Even though I got the achievement of not jumping before. Oh, okay. I can't jump anymore now.
Is that it?
What's...
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Okay, that's nothing. I was just wondering. Okay, back down to the elevator.
Goodness.
Or up,
Another elevator.
I guess.
Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
You know, narrator.
I knew there had to be something else.
You know, narrator,
Let's see.
if this game wanted to be like modern new content, we would have a battle pass. I can't wait for the Stanley Parable battle pass. And don't forget the loot boxes where I can earn different coffee mugs. And the pre-order bonus where the narrator comes to my house and breaks my knees. And yeah, the Stanley Parable Battle Royale where all the narrators just fight each other. Battle Royale, baby! What even is this room? You're welcome.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content.
Gonna be canceling Crow's
It could
Free.
never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks, just you and me having a great time together like always.
I'm not sure how
What do you
much
say, friend?
I agree with that, narrator. Okay, I guess I don't have a choice. Not that I ever had a choice. What the fuck is this, narrator? What is this shit?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Alright, sure. Oh, okay. Now we've gone back to the Half-Life routes, I guess. I mean, you were thinking Among Us. I was thinking of Half-Life because this game started as a Half-Life mod.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
I'm
Just
sure.
our little secret. Take a look.
Listen, cheap, yes. Entertaining, I would disagree. Oh, okay. Well, the filing cabinet. The office chairs around in this kind of environment.
I call it the memory zone.
Okay.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful
sweet
Stanley
memory.
Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched?
Maybe it's
Back
graphic.
then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I'm just looking through all this shit because I'm just so interested. Stanley Parable Collector's Edition. Okay. Oh, are these like actual awards too? I'm so glad that Stanley Parable won that. 2013. 2013 is a very memorable year for me too, but my first kiss, my first card, released the Stanley Parable in 2013. Yep. Hey. What does that say? Be my Valentine. No, thank you, narrator. Well, look at all the good times. Like the mind control facility. All the good times. First dollar. Smile because it happened. A trip down memory lane. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I remember the demo as released. I remember watching Steam Train play it with the narrator saying like "God damn it, Ross," which was the old meme. I never actually got this achievement, although I did come back and I did get this one. I got it completely legitimately. I did not. I promise you that I did not cheat to get it. Yeah, and I will get that legitimately. I will not get that tonight. I promise. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Oh, sweet. 50% off designer hat. Awesome. Deals tough choices. I wouldn't really say that. Ah, shit. What's her name? I kind of forgot. You were 11 years old? Oh, yeah, that makes me feel old. I was like 17. Barriella, that's right.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created.
Every
It
game.
was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I really wasn't expecting all this deep commentary, by the way. But, man. Okay. Let's continue. What's down here? Remember, he's his own maintenance. Okay. Hey, there's Portal. In Minecraft. Person of the year. Hey, that's me.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content.
Then what the fuck is this, narrator?
It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Hey, narrator, I kinda can't go through this. Oh well? Shit. I still love the aggressive typing sound that plays.
These were
All right.
simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't
okay.
give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Let's find out. Well, let's see. Oh, soda. Nah, alright. We'll go for the more ominous section over here.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh boy. Oh my sweet summer child. Yeah. We're gonna get the not recommended section. Time to break your heart, buddy.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Ow.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Alright. Yeah, sure. Sure, buddy. Sure. Yep.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? Tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
To be fair, that's exactly what I had to do.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Oh, okay.
That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Alright, that's pretty cool. Okay.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue. And it goes something like this.
The story
Alright.
and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so...
Why are you putting on this
blah,
voice
blah, blah,
narrator?
blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be.
You know, I feel robbed for a second because I just want to mention that having input my time, but it's not using it.
Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until...
Alright, fine. Fine.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of
I
time
was-
for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there.
I'm gonna push the button.
Getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here...
Let's make it
all that
free.
time. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Like this? Damn, he just outright just gave up. Oh, you good?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have
Oh,
a
hey,
point.
maybe you're
It was
back.
meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us.
I'm really enjoying the new content.
The end is never the end, 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 is
And he's gone again. Oh. Okay. What is behind here anyway? That's just a bunch of debris. Hey look, everything's growing back. Oh, never mind. Everything's shit again. I like how the ambient noises is just getting more and more just disturbing. How much longer is this gonna go on for? Oh. Okay. Can I still press the button? No? Okay. Surprisingly enough, this is the most freedom we've ever had in literally any point at Stanley. It's long enough for nothing to remain, indeed. And cut the black. This is why the game does have a skip button. Oh, we're just back. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content. Okay.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes.
Oh, this is you? Okay.
To show you.
That was you this time? Alright, what's you got to show me? I will say his complete deadpan, the end is never the end chant that he was doing was like legitimately just kind of creepy to me. Oh, we don't get the whole thing this time? Okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
This is as well as the Stanley, indeed.
The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
What does that mean?
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay. Looks pretty neat so far.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely
Again.
new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Okay.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
They're back. 2 doors. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. Old and busted. New hotness. Just one boring section. The exciting ones. This is great. More TSP. Better TSP. Win-win. Sequential mind share. Paradigm shift. Synergy, brick and mortar approach, envelope, client-centric marketing, decor red, leverage, suck value. Oh, okay. Okay, you were working the logo, gotcha. Oh wait, I see that we actually have laptops now. The future truly is now. Just two Stanleys. This seems like a very inefficient workspace right here.
Now, to be clear,
Oh, that was
I haven't
weird.
quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's
Taste the
take a look at
sequel.
some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I just love who took the red mark here. Me. This way to the show for new features, new content. Two. All right, let's see it. Let's see it, narrator. I want to see this. Why is there just a stool here? The Stacy Parable. Stanley with someone over the narrator. Oh God.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Let's go set the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. All right, let's play it. Let's press it.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course,
Too
the
big,
first and
too
most
small.
obvious
Just
answer
right.
is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the
There were two
game.
narrators.
Isn't that wonderful?
All right, let's hear it.
Jim.
That's not by
I should
name.
have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
What the
But of
fuck,
course, in the
narrator?
final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate
All right,
the
I'm
full
Jim now.
experience of
Let
the
me get into
future.
character.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we
Okay.
go. Let's take a deep breath,
All right.
clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim,
Okay,
seizing all of the world's possibilities.
let's
as
back
Jim,
up a little
and as
bit here,
Jim,
narrator.
watching your dreams crumble into
Let's
dust.
let's back up.
You feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
All right.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second
That's
time.
the third time.
If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Okay.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too
Please.
emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Can I press it one more time?
Oh there, cowboy.
Okay.
Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Okay. I had to. I've warned not to name Jim, narrator.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work
Merch?
of finishing this feature.
Oh, we have merch of this shit now? I saw the new content. I like it. This t-shirt is the best new feature. Agreed. Office decorations. The button that says the name of the player we're currently playing. But that creeps me out a little bit, so we're gonna go here. Please, no screenshots. Infinite hole. Now, I want to check out this reassurance button. That QR code does send you. Gotcha. I can't check it out right now.
The complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's
Okay.
true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Fair enough, I
Can you
suppose.
imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
All right, let's try out this bucket.
Can you feel it? The
I don't
door of
feel
comfort,
anything.
Even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The
Check out my
benefits of the
bucket.
seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Do I get to keep the bucket? Oh, hell yeah, we're keeping the bucket. Good.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really
What is
should be
this?
an award
Okay.
if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
All right, let me
I
help you
think
out.
that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Okay. I like Get Well Someday. Oh, here they are. Yeah, let's do that. I do
You know,
like that.
sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Delusion of choice. Free, new, and easy achievement. Get it here. Can't believe it's that simple. Alright. Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now. What is this? Okay.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yes.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as
Alright,
that.
let's do it.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel.
But-
to at
but-
last
but-
satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Gamers. Let's get the test achievement, gamers. That's unfortunate. I can never 100% complete this game. Even if I do wait around for 10 years.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, I know. I've seen the achievements. Free achievement, the button. This is merch settings, rules champion. Semi parable reassurance button, office decorations, epilogue. Infinite hole. Okay. Can you find them? 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 Ooh.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And
I
what's
want a
truly
Stanley
innovative
figurine.
is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
All right. Okay. I want the mock-up screen too. Hell yeah, we got ourselves
God,
one.
It really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah, I hate accomplishment in games. Alright, so that's the exit. You heard Jim in the game. Indeed. The baby is all grown up. Bankruptcy. Love it. Red is new orange. New updated ray trace. More the same, but in a good way. New features, new content, new ideas. Alright, here's a jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yep.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Sure. Damn. I missed out on that, huh? See, collectibles. Is there any more of those figurines anywhere? Okay, infinite hole. It won't end. It simply just will not end. Oh, okay. Whole like infinity, distant space science, space like infinity, distant past. Time, deeper. Okay. Opening, rim, depth, infinite, surrounding area. Whole entrance, infinity. Hole, more hole. Question mark, science, more, following, educational use only. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever.
I want to go into the hole.
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Okay. Let's jump right down, I guess.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Honestly, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but
Alright,
I do
what are you gonna
recommend
say?
you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
This reminds me of that cutscene in Mortal Kombat 4 where if you lose,
Okay,
you just see
Stanley,
your
I don't
character
know quite
just
how to
falling
say
through a
this
hole
tactfully, but
to
it's
reach the
possible
spikes
that
on the
I
bottom.
slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You
Oh, it's
found
lied
out,
to.
Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Every pause bond is in Roman numeral 2.
Actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite?
Mostly infinite hole, sure.
You then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
All right.
Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Okay. Mostly infinite hole. Is there anything like behind here or anything? No. Okay. Let's go back up. There may be more where? What do you mean there may be more? With the hole? Oh, okay. I can go back to it. Are you telling me to jump back down it? Because that's my first spot. Yeah, that's fair. I kind of forgot how this game worked for a second. Whee!
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
A little bit,
I couldn't help
narrator.
but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough?
Okay.
I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Nope.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even
Nope.
by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's
Hey,
pop
Dave,
that
what's
up
going
at the
on?
top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Yeah, sure. We can do that,
Oh,
narrator.
there it is.
Oh.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole. How is this still appealing to you?
I'm gonna
I'm
interrupt you
obsessed
there.
with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Nope, it's not working.
Teleport button not working? You sure?
I'm sure.
I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Wait, what do you
couldn't
mean?
bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
Alright, well, since we had the time, I understand that. There's like so many things that I had to do before you stream. I had a little bit of a struggle just... Oh, I didn't even notice this started going down. I was reading chat. Okay. Why is the new music tracks just so good? Change your perspective. Okay. Oh shit. Mood. That's better. Hell yeah, puppies. Oh. This is amazing. Oh. Must be buff Stanley.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Oh.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away.
No, bring me back.
But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
No, bring me back.
Don't miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Fuck you.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Okay. Oh. I thought we were going to go right back to that. That was amazing. The entire sequence is great. Oh, we're back. Back.
Here we are.
All the way
Go
over
on.
here.
Try out some of the new features.
I guess I'll just leave. Okay. Oh, we didn't see the settings world champion. I'm just gonna look at that. Hi, Heatwave. How are you doing? Where's the settings world champion? Oh, is this it here? Oh no, this is the epilogue. Okay.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it would go
Oh.
at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Alright. Top of the catwalk. You mean like over here? Yeah, no, we have the bucket. It's to keep ourselves sane and nice. I'm not a Sings World Champion. How do I do that? Set every possible setting. Okay. Oh, every number. Okay, okay, okay. Gotcha. So let's start from the top. I can't get it back at 72. Okay. All right. It skips numbers. Ah, fuck, really? I don't know about doing this right now. This seems very tedious. And it's also not letting me just... Yeah, see, I can't do it slow enough. It's not remote. Okay. I'm gonna turn this back on, this back on. What's translation labels? Oh, okay. Also add subtitles, right? Okay. So yeah, I think that's it in that case. Yeah.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah, I think I'm all
Move
set.
on now?
I'm doing the one-handed thing right now because I forgot that was a feature. As I drink coffee in the other hand.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Yeah, I
Yes,
think it's
know
okay.
It's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Okay.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
Sure.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Looks lovely.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
All right.
Okay, yes.
All right.
Yes,
Second
this
dance
is
charm.
much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
It really is,
And I do
narrator.
very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it.
Now
No
do you
matter how
see
good these gags are,
how
they won't
the
stand
Ultra
on their
Deluxe
own. They would
does
need
work,
the structure
narrator?
and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With
All right.
respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title
course.
screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me
All
see
right.
if I can whip something up.
All right, show me.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay. All right. Well, I will say it looks pretty neat. I will give you credit there, narrator.
This
You
is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, that sounds great.
Stanley worked for a company in a big
course.
building where he was employee number 427.
I had to see if the
Employee number
Anthony
427's
James here, I'm not
job was
disappointed.
simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been
Are
made
we?
exactly for this job.
Are we a Stanley Parable too?
Stanley
All
was
right.
happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Okay.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting.
I
or
absolutely
even say
love this, the
hi.
stupidest
Never
balloons
all
in the
his
background
years at
here.
the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Including the one in the
Something was
box.
very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right. Yeah, no backseating, please. I'm playing this mostly blind.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Nothing else there, narrator? Just picking up the bucket? Okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right. It is very reassuring.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
All right.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Stanley
office.
in the bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and
Thank you,
chaos.
bucket.
It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Oh, come on. I pressed that.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
It was definitely the bucket.
Guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Jesus Christ. This is one very reassuring bucket.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Thank you, bucket. This is
Stanley
amazing.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
It's not all pictures of buckets, I'll be
Lights rose on
disappointed.
an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I can't get enough of this bucket talk, I really can't.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I thought the bucket was here to reassure me, not the other way around.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Oh no!
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it.
Screaming
His own
into the
life in
bucket.
someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
This is great. I absolutely just love this.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Or another
For he
bucket's
and the
life.
bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Alright. You got it.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
This is fantastic. It was.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley
Aww.
wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Why?
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and
Oh no.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty.
Oh no.
Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
What?
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
What?
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh, okay. Well, that was interesting.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could that
What did
mean?
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
And grab the...
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed.
Alright, let's
over
start disobeying.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
Okay.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Alright.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'm not following the bucket's orders right now,
No,
narrator.
stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It
Oh.
says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
I'm sorry, silly
The
mistake.
problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket.
No,
I suppose that
I'm
would
incredibly
explain a lot
stupid.
about
I
your
don't know what a
behavior up to
bucket
this
is or
point.
isn't.
Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
Okay.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Sure. Where are we going? Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram
Oh.
of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Alright. This isn't really helping me, narrator.
3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Fuck. I'm running. I hate it.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor.
No, it's clearly a
an enormous
bucket.
machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
I don't know. Looks like a bucket to me.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Thank you. Thank you for finally accepting.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Alright.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be
Okay.
around here somewhere.
Alright, I'll give you a minute. Oh. Yes, there's a bucket.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing?
Yes.
Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
I want the hard concentrated music here.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective.
Good.
What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
What the fuck?
Okay, here we go.
The word bucket has lost all meaning. Yeah.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Everything is a
was
bucket.
everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue.
Good.
It doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket.
All
And
right.
If you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows
Okay.
what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
I'm sorry, chat, for making you realize that all of you are buckets.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
And grab the bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
I want
to
to see what the
This
bucket
was
was
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to
calling me toward.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
This is
Had
amazing.
the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took
All
the
right.
door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Now we're gonna go this way.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
All right.
Cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the car. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question
Buckets
why
don't
or how
talk.
this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I love the narrator's bucket voice so much.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley, once again, obeyed blindly.
Oh, okay. All right, bucket. What do you got to see something? Nope, I did
Now
not.
pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Oh, okay. God damn it! Now I have to replay this
This
section.
is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Oh no!
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Wait, what's going on here? Yeah, I know with the phone and unplugging it. I'm just confused as to what I'm supposed to be doing right here. Because it's not letting me do anything. Oh, I didn't even... Okay. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press K to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
L to go back to work. Yep.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
But it's my bucket. Don't listen to the wild man. Exactly, bucket.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now,
I
all he
never
cares
trusted
about
you,
is this
narrator.
awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press R to ignore anyone in your wife except for me. Sure. This is a very abusive relationship, bucket.
Anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine.
It does have a nice shine to it. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press N to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press J to do it the same day with me, over and over. Yes, Mr. Bucket.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press D to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. The bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
This is very sultry of you, Bucket. I love how there's a frying pan that he's using, that the bucket is using for the candles.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No!
Give it to me. Give me the bucket,
It's my
Stanley.
bucket.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
It's mine. You can't have it. Something this shit with Stanley over the narrator now. Yeah, it's the Bucket. The best character. We're going to the broom closet with the bucket. I need to hear what the broom closet dialogue will be. Hey, it's me. What's
With
up?
the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You know, I know that it's an event that can happen, but I've never seen that happen whenever I played the Stanley Parable personally. So that's neat.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
What?
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Well, it can't have it.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons.
No, you did not.
Even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is
fuck,
purely
broom closet?
superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Hey, fuck
Expand
you,
on
broom
the wide
closet.
variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
Yeah.
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
This is my bucket. You can't
Okay,
have. Oh.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
All right, what do you got, narrator? Property.
There. Now it's
Stanley.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I kind of lost what he was saying for a second because I was reading
All right,
your
I've got a
comment.
second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
All right.
You see?
Yep.
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
That it is.
That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say
Okay,
to yourself,
thank you, narrator.
"Ah, it's a bucket."
Ah, it's a
There
bucket.
really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
What happens if somebody puts the sticker on something that isn't a bucket?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside,
Every day is a buckle,
and we can
bucket,
get
that's
on
true.
with the story about you and your bucket.
All right. Anything more, narrator? Are we done here? That's all? Okay. That was great. I didn't know what to expect, but I'm not disappointed.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his...
That's kind of weird how the doors didn't close all the way there. That's really weird. There we go. Huh. That's weird. How there's this one note. I can't read it, but Okay, so where's the escape pod stuff again? Narrator's still gone. But we still have my bucket. That's the most important thing. Right. Okay. You're now leaving. Yep. Okay. The bucket still isn't... This still isn't changing anything. I was hoping for more narration about the bucket and such as we approach this. That's okay. I do love the absolute uncomfortable silence of the sending though. Okay. I would see if anything changes. I know you probably know the answer, but... Oh. This is sadly very emotional. Like, surprisingly, it just is. Bye, Bucket. All right.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at
Okay.
any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Thanks.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I was a little confused because I noticed that the narrator was gone.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
It's still one of the most underrated endings in the game, if you ask me. Okay. the whale has changed. Oh, we get to keep the stickers? Oh, that's great.
Stanley clutched the bucket
Oh.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm sorry, I
This
missed.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I know, I just wasn't
And here
expecting it
was.
to be a
Had the
completely
bucket
different
turned out to
room.
be correct?
That's all.
No, never mind. The bucket
But I
was
didn't
wrong.
mean to interrupt
Stanley
the
took door on his
narrator.
left to go back to the meeting room.
I want to see what the ending is when
Said
I
the bucket.
jump off.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket,
Oh.
his dearest friend.
Fair.
So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Indeed, narrator. Indeed.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
Aw.
He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
This bucket is amazing.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the
I'm gonna
correct
go
way the meeting
to
room.
the foam.
Stanley had felt the
room
bucket
again.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No.
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley
Okay.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Will do.
No.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I'll see for jumping off the cargo lift. We'll call stuff.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Oh.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
See,
did whatever the bucket...
I was also reading chat at the time. That's all. Okay. So there's also this.
In here.
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Can I not go into this room?
Again,
Okay.
obeyed blindly.
I missed a jiggy, yeah. We'll get it after.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
Why
Were you
not?
trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Alright.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Alright, let's learn how to be funny.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more
I don't
importantly,
think that says
can it be
comedic.
taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper.
Alright.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To
Okay.
begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
Oh boy.
Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny, with the funny.
I'm Dunny with the
Let's practice
funny.
Screaming, I'm Dunny with the funny now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm
Good.
done. Oh.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys.
Oh boy.
Collecting
Surveys.
hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several
And
times.
sometimes you need
Just
free
to
hands for
ensure
it.
the survey taker is actually paying attention
Oh,
and
4.
not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies
This is
at
a
your
good
disposal,
face.
you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threatened our
What?
very existence,
What
and
the
to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Do not reprint or redistribute.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals
Yeah, it's a good
of
thing that
proper
the
comedic
Mantis
timing are still
wars
as
are
relevant
over.
today as they were back then. So, with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Alright. Sure. I'm Dunny with the funny.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who
Well, my
knows
bucket
where
sticker
we'd
is
be
gone.
right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
You got it, narrator. You got this. That's weird. I'm Dunny with the funny.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No,
Yep.
no, what's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone.
Yep.
Now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten
Indeed.
that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake.
Yeah.
I've made a fool of
Exactly.
myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Okay.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I'm going right back here.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Oh.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Is that it? For that joke? I'm guessing so, right? It's not? Okay. Alright.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
How many times do I need to repeat that?
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Wait, so no, I'm talking about specifically about going to the right. It's just repeating the same thing.
We're back at the phone already.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Here we go.
Yeah, it's basically if we already made to go left.
Came to a set of 2 open doors. They entered the door on the left.
Yep, okay.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this was all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers.
All right.
I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on.
Oh.
All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes.
Oh my god.
Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame.
I can't believe we're listening to the narrator learn how to tell a joke.
Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes.
No, you're really not.
More instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos.
All right, narrator.
Let's see.
I'm gonna be right back for just 1 minute. Rest assured, I will be back. This is entertaining as hell. That's all I can say. Okay, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Huh. Trying to mess with your audience, Stanley? Do you not understand how the games work? You're supposed to do it exactly how an IGN guide for the game would say. Complete the discard of gaming and streaming standards, Stanley. I am unsubbing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a disappointment.
Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling
We can get that
adventure
collectible
together.
real quick.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
I know.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley
I'm
took
going
the door
straight
on
toward
his
it.
left to go back to the meeting room.
I see the
No,
pathway.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay. Da-da-da. He even has a sparkling sound effect.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember,
Awesome.
no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Yeah, I assume that
I can't
goes...
find that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So,
I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
They are quite beautiful. I'll give you that. Yeah, I noticed the vent. Don't worry. I noticed the vent when I was heading back on the lift before. Oh. Is this new? Where are we? I just love all the copy machines are just everywhere. Oh, okay.
This is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
Who is this?
Nothing feels real anymore.
David or sound
The
system?
longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
There we go.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
Bucket
Even
going.
now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Well, that was something.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Looks like it to me so far. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. I'm gonna see what the other ending of that is real quick. I'm very curious.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was
I
not
love
the
how
correct way to
absolutely
the meeting room,
unhinged
and
that was.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge.
Yep.
What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought.
What a
What a
room.
room. What a
What a room.
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 Va-va-voom.
Of a room.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope. We're going here.
Stanley was so bad
What
at
a
following
room.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright. Let's see what else is over here.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path
that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun
Okay.
from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd
right.
adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording?
Yes.
It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Damn. Damn, narrator. Jeez. Oh. God.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note
Victim
to be more
blaming,
careful
yeah.
with time from now on.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
I'm sure Sammy enjoys this.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright, we're going to go this way. What is this? Produce 1 point to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge so while collection is shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse 4. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more points. Mission status. Inside of a sequel exhibit, a large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Some are both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. Gotta collect them all. 5 there will be. Just take 3 from me. Looks like 427. Haha. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Okay, so stairs. That could either be the stairs that we walk through, or it could be the one for the Zending suicide ending. Somewhere between red and blue, I'm going to guess, is also along that path. You can't access it because we have the bucket. Your rustling show is on? Alright. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for stopping by, kitten. You're by a fireplace. I don't recall there being a fireplace anywhere. Was there one in Sammy's apartment? Oh no, is there a fireplace in the office? The boss's office? A private but smelly place for an important person. Alright. There will be a reward for finding them all. Lies. Who are you? Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go home. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Know where your teleport? Okay. I do love how Left 4 Dead this is. Bottom text. Please do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Help! I'm a post-it. Simple there. Who took these pictures of them? fig leaves are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room. Would be weird to collectibles. Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our office supply ambiances or local audio sources using an array of corded microphones, also known as a directional mic. Yep. Okay. More money sold together. Artist honoring. Magnets. Dreams. All right. This room, they feel playlist, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, 100%.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
I didn't know there would be
you
extra.
can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Man, that's disappointing.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh. Oh. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. That the boss has suffered losses, and that's what the boss shows.
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
Sweet.
This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
I like mini
Stanley
stands.
figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Thank you. All right. I guess that's the important but smelly place. Fireplace.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, I'm going back
There we
to
go.
the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. I'm trying to remember the other clue. I know that the red and blue place. We need to do a complete restart for that. What's the other clue? I'm trying to remember.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
Oh,
Control
staircase.
Facility.
That's right. It could be in here, I guess. I could do that. Sure. We'll do the countdown ending.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears. Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Yes.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Alright, let's go up.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never!
Never.
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy.
Yeah, that's why I want to
sad,
check
or
here,
content.
because I know that there's plenty of staircases
Eating,
here
working,
too.
All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
So would it be
They
here?
high-fived in a really cool way.
Is what you're saying?
And the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Like I said, I wanted to come here anyway because I want to see the countdown, the modified countdown ending too. Alright, so wouldn't it be here? Okay. I'll stop wasting my time. Alright.
When at last they came to... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the
Oh,
controls. No. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was
Mr.
prepared
Bucket.
to throw the bucket away in disgust, when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh? Silly birds.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh my god. These are very silly birds.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
This
The
is
mind
amazing.
controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Burp.
Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping
Burp.
through live streams
Bird
of the
up.
silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
It really was.
And Stanley was happy.
That's great. Burb. Alright, so I'm gonna not take the bucket. And I'm
Even
gonna...
now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like?
Oh my
It
god,
was a
shut the
computer,
fuck up.
perhaps. And a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Jesus Christ.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
I love how unenthusiastic that
Eager
is.
to get back to business,
was
Stanley took
okay.
the first open door on his left.
Nope. I believe if
Stanley was so
I get
bad at
over
following
to that
directions,
through
it's
here,
incredible he
right?
wasn't fired years ago.
I go up here, then I
Stanley,
jump
think perhaps we've
into
got
that.
off on the wrong foot.
I'm just trying to remember.
I'm not your enemy, really. I'm not.
It's a Frank to take over the
I
narrative
realize
journey.
investing
Oh,
your
that would have
trust in
been
someone else
great.
can be difficult, but the fact is,
I love
that
the Frank's
story has
videos.
been about nothing but you. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
No.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me
Beard.
prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've
We are?
nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Nope. All right, gain something. You got it.
Now,
That's
listen
the
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
That's for the red door, right? The blue door leads to the something thing, if I remember correctly. What's the blue door? Which one's which? Gains is blue. Okay. God.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen?
I was like trying to
Well,
jog my
let
own
me
memory a bit.
stop you.
I'm
You
sorry.
see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out
Yes.
specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because
No.
I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see.
Stay mad.
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles?
It needs a jump
Blue
button
trees?
back.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Sucked.
One? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a one?
Yes.
That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Hey, it's Nightmare from Soul Calibur. Let's see. A dead rat. Of course, I'm below the rat. Friends list empty. That's not true. Okay, maybe it is for Stanley.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working
Just
on.
completely ignores
a
it.
lovely opportunity to give it some play testing.
Sure.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
I mean, that's basically what I'm doing
Let me
now.
boot it up.
So.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards.
All right. Does everybody have 4 hours
to move him back to
available to them right now? We're doing this.
You fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
Where's the skip
Be
button?
sure to keep notes on your experience.
All right.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
Okay.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
No problem.
Oh, hey, since my game was so awful,
Yes, it
why don't
was.
we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Yeah, consumed by the fire.
What do we have here?
Alright. What's the game?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
What is this? I need to know. If it's not Fortnite, I'll be very disappointed. Oh, this is Firewatch.
Fascinating.
Okay.
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower.
Oh no, I never played
Perhaps for
Firewatch.
some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Not quite right. I thought that was the name of it. I know what game this is. Did I get the name wrong? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I thought I was wrong.
No, it can't be.
Gotcha.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
Also, the narrator is doing all of us a favor.
That big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
Thank you, narrator.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Is this gonna be... Oh.
Wonderful.
Okay.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
Oh, that sounds
there
like
isn't
fun.
any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Well, prepare to be amused.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
I
There
need...
are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I
Sports
think
ball.
it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Let's do it. I haven't... This is great.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Are
Is
you
it
winning,
better than
Stanley?
my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Yes.
Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist.
Okay.
If one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Give me the balls.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
That's a lot of balls. Oh no, they're coming toward me. Watch out!
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real...
Here, I'll give you the
video
assist.
game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end.
Aw.
This is my game, and what I say goes.
You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley.
Wow,
Besides,
okay.
you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something.
All right.
After all, you're the one who knows best.
Absolutely.
Take care, Stanley.
My opinion is gospel. We're falling down this pit.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Okay.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
The old beta office. Yep. The original Half-Life mod. Yeah, that's a good question though. Where is Fortnite? Here, I'll go the way you want me to go, okay, narrator? Well, I can't. Yeah, it definitely has a liminal space vibe to it. In the bin where it belongs. I'm obviously having a lot of fun using the one-handed control screen, by the way. This feels nice, like this. Not have to use both hands. Because I have my drinks in the other hand. I believe that this ending just ends after a set timer or something, yeah.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me.
I don't need shit,
Someone who
narrator.
will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Just put me back in the title screen already. Or not the title screen, but you know, the starting office, rather. Alright, where's my bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. Yeah, it's still all weird in here, huh? Stairs, something to do with stairs. I'm gonna guess. Alright, I'll give it a look, but I'm gonna try to say. I'm gonna assume that the
Staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
that the figurine are these stairs, right? I can get the insanity ending while I'm at it. Yeah.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
Thanks.
So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Thank you. Alright. Yeah, let's do the insanity ending, or whatever is the new one here.
But Stanley just couldn't do
Content
it.
warning.
He considered the
This
possibility of
session
facing his
contains
boss,
fears of mental
admitting
illness.
He had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and
Oh no.
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
But it has my name on it.
No
Oh,
good would come
it's
from
gone.
this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
Just a little.
Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley.
This is a lot of buckets.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
I was the bucket. All along.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Is she a bucket?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was.
He didn't have a bucket.
This man had no bucket.
Yep.
Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Yeah.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass.
My life kicks ass.
To work.
Ooh, backflipped all the way to work. Impressive. I will say that I think it would have been funnier if they were just both buckets. But that's just fair. That's still just so great.
Stanley, I'm sorry.
Oh.
But I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figlets. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
I did.
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
It was alright.
Fill you to the brim with inner richness?
I filled the bucket
Yes,
to
I
the
know
brim
we're
with butter
supposed to be
richness,
telling a
yeah.
story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would
Sure.
love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Okay.
Just one more time.
Now I remember when Stanley found the collectibles. The Stanley Parable. Zone, sweet zone. Okay. Okay.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back
Yep.
then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
7 out of 6. Okay. Sure. Alright.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse.
I
You
mean,
did
to be
that,
fair,
Stanley.
I
I'll
had
be
some
honest,
help with that.
Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6.
Well,
But you
thanks.
continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Okay.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was the boss's office. Or the bathroom, rather.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it
I
up,
misspoke,
and
my
then
bad.
after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Really? I wonder what the actual size on
See,
that are.
what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, you got the
Although
pink
I
room.
can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Yeah. No. I remember the pink room. Yeah. Oh, okay. Staircase here. Didn't see that. First time doing tricks, though.
Mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Okay, let's see the video. Fantastic. What's that in there? And these sounds the LCD soundscape. High five. Oh, that's pretty neat. You found it. You found it near the red and blue doors. Thanks for watching. That's fantastic. Edited music produced Best Boy. Starring Stanley, copyright narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Okay. I didn't see what the last message there said, but that's fantastic. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
I'm so glad that we stuck
Except for
with the
other
Figley name.
moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
There we go. Yeah, this is neat. Oh, okay. I had to know. You were in the present.
And then there was no more. because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Oh, okay. Sure.
No, I'm not done.
Oh.
I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Sure. We can do that, I guess.
Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Alright. Sure. Do we have to watch that video again? I hope we watch the video again. Go back to Monkey.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yes, I love that video.
That's great. And the pink room.
Remember the pink room, Stanley? Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
You don't remember the pink room, narrator? I remember it. Clear as day. Yeah, and then we got the one from the bathroom,
These
right here.
were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Okay. Warehouse one. What happens if I go this way? Okay. I had to know. I was very curious. Wait, I'm an event though.
This was our second figure. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Yep.
This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
There was this over here. Yeah. Oh.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact,
Indeed.
I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Yep. And here we
before
are.
Everything else, there was your office.
Indeed.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
The title screen.
There's something I feel I can
The intro
remember.
cutscene.
I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions.
Okay.
I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But
A fiction.
I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh,
But
he truly was so much fun.
what am I supposed to do?
You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
What?
I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
I won't be able to play the game ever again. Well, it would make game the 10 years a lot easier if I can never play it.
Of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
What ending should I go for?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
The end is never the end. 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 Reboot the game entirely.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Things, stock market is here somewhere covered in segment. I love how useless all the information just is.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
Jesus
upstairs
Christ,
to the
Max.
boss's office.
2845.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Indeed.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Does it matter what ending I get? I was thinking doing the Crusher ending, but does it matter? Or no? It's up to me? Okay. I'll do the Crusher ending. Since it was the one that we began the stream on after the Freedom one.
Mind control facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
So reboot the game entirely.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
I wonder what the secondary is going to do with the bucket. I have to know. Okay, still the Crusher. For your fave ending, though, does it involve the bucket or does it
As
not?
the machine whirred into motion and
Don't tell me
Stanley
what
and
it
the bucket
is.
inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Yeah.
Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end.
Oh no!
It was crushed violently to death.
Not the bucket. Not the bucket's life.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest.
Oh my
It was
god.
a glorious bucket to behold.
Okay. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You were saying at the precipice of knowledge, much like the bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within. Okay, cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched. It's substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you've learned here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? Deep.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
This is fucking great. The photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Listen, I'm glad that I chose to get this on. This is fucking fantastic. This is amazing. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Damn. This is fantastic. Bucket. Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations of war with one another control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains. No one can control a bucket. The stress bucket, an analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance, vulnerability, size and strength for the bucket. Coping strategies equals holes. Relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Stress level. Stress is a level of water in a bucket. The stress bucket presented without commentary. That's a lot of commentary. I'm really enjoying how there's just a single chair. The stand and grovel at this bucket. Alright. Okay, John, while we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, I don't think that's true. We do not know by how long. This key drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket has already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. This is fantastic.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Is this like a narrator to the bucket? The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However, clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that it reaches out of. Sorry, let me reread that. There is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. The ocean is a very big bucket, true. Oh.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Okay.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Fantastic. That's fucking great. I know how selfish it was for me to think that I could just own a bucket.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Stanley clutched the bucket
So,
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright. Let's do the confusing ending then. I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
All of his co-workers. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
How do you do the confusion ending? I know that it's like
To his chest and
doing
entered the
this
door.
wrong,
This
right?
was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to
I'm
go.
trying to remember the stats of the confusion ending.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind.
Okay.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
And it's going down. Okay. I'm sorry, it's been so long since I've seen the confusion ending. I would really want to experience it again, especially with the bucket.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I
Oh.
knew you'd find this place eventually.
Amazing.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
Oh, my
We've
friends.
come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
I disagree.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes,
All right.
yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
We gotta do what the fans want. I do love how I have so little friends that one of them is the fake wife, the baby from the minigame, and it's a fucking pencil sharpener. Alright, let's go.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next?
Raw
And
assets.
it played some silly music as well.
Hell yes.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. No. The bucket stays here. In my arms.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
I want to
That's
get
why
rid of the
I'm very
bucket.
proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Brand new character.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
This is fantastic. Oh no.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
It's her
Surely you
bucket
don't need
to
me
destroy.
spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Alright. Bye, bucket.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable
Jesus.
characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other
Jesus.
object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans
I
will be
can't
clamoring for
wait
after
for the
this.
Bucket Destroyer merchandise.
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly
Oh, no.
now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans.
For
Stanley.
the
Give
fans.
the fans what they want. Hurry and...
We did not do it for the fans. What is happening?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories
Oh,
about
no.
you. All of it squandered now.
F in the chat for the
Goodbye,
Bucket Destroyer.
dear friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Wait, that's the ending. Okay. Alright, fair enough. Should I do the hard reset now? Or should I keep going? I want to take the bucket with me to...
Co-workers were gone.
Oh.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he...
Okay. We're going to exit out. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been playing this for 4 hours. It's so much fun. Okay. Should be back on screen. Please enter the current time. It is... I can't see my mouse. Uh-oh. I can't see my... I can't... Shit. I can't see my mouse. I can't... Fuck. Guys, I'm glitched. Hold up. Let me just find... There we go. I'm just gonna... Never mind the time, I guess. Wait. What are you doing? The first time he booted up the game, he set the time to 5:31 p.m. I can't... I mean, it's still not showing up. That's the only problem. That was fantastic. You did a great job with that one. But this time you simply enter 12, the default value. I can't fucking do shit right now. I mean, I can't see the mouse anyway here, so, I don't know. He didn't even try. Listen, the game glitched on me. I'd say I'm a little disappointed. Perhaps you don't think that it's worth taking the time to set the clock correctly? Do you think I would ask you to set the clock if you weren't if it weren't an integral part of the gameplay experience? I'm not trying to get angry. It's just a lot of people ignore these gameplays altogether. You're not like them, right? Look, next time you build up the game and see the screen, do me a favor and actually set the time, okay? Okay, good. Glad we had the talk. I have to get back to you. Do it again now. Do I just start it again? Alright. Hopefully it works. God. Hopefully my game's not glitched. That's all I can say. What is going on? Okay. God, that's annoying. That's really annoying. That's an awful glitch that happened there. Okay. It is 9. Oh, sorry. Now free. Great, you said an actual time and not just 12. For a minute, I was worried that you weren't taking all this seriously, but you've proven me wrong. Of course, I guess I had no way of knowing whether 9:03 p.m. is even the correct time. Heck, for all I know, it could actually be 12 right now. Tell you what, let's use another slider to get to the bottom of this. Okay. How accurate is 9:03? Accurate. Still 9:03. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. Let's get to correct data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to get rid of data on new. I just wanted the normal ending, but then the game glitched up and now this is happening. Shouldn't be too hard when we whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time we boot out the game. God. Jesus Christ. Okay. This conversation is boring, correct? Okay. I thought I was like angry. I was just like, you know, just a little bit ticked off that I thought that this wasn't correct. That's all. Until the dog and cat are friends. There we go. That's a great slider. 5 becomes the number 9. Okay. Until you stop adjusting the slider. Okay. Which of the two made up words below is the most appealing to you? I like Scrum Tush. Scrum Tush is great. Please don't adjust the slider. Okay. You know what time it is right now? Yeah. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Sure. I know it. I know. What time? What is time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself you haven't told me? Sure. Help. No. Will you come to visit me? No. Oh, shit. Okay.
This is the
Of course. Ah, damn it. Okay. Yeah, I know, it's very weird to see Steam on here, huh? Poop person's heart? Good. God, that's so annoying. What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I collected all the data and knew that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. Neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? Maybe that's the only information I really learned about you. I don't like being alone, actually. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Many, many years later. Is it 10 years later? Do I get the achievement now? Oh, we're back here. Okay, we're back here. God, I nearly forgot about this. I haven't quite because I thought it was a funny bit, but wow, I was expecting it to serve an actual narrative purpose. Oh. It's some lone office chair in the middle of the desert. I want that. Alright. Sandstorm. The music is really beautiful. The new music in this game is really good, just all around. That's all I have to say. God, that's such a really nice bookend. Oh, we're going back. Is the narrator gonna be back? Loving memory. Stanley Parable 2. God damn it. Oh, god damn it, Eve. I'm so upset. You were way too late on that draw. Eden's blog reviewed the Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with a sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its player base. Rather than expanded on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinite deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits for the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead we get uninspired side quests collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. Oh, okay. Damn. I must say though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. Oh, welcome reprieve. Yeah. Those were good times, the bucket. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in the press release they published today. I did do the escape pod ending with the bucket. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for this series that players would be excited about. Yeah, it turns out this could not be further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Yeah, I did do it. I saw Sammy lovingly caress the bucket as we sent it off, and I did not have the bucket with me for the next run. What's this? Oh. Name. Alright. Just add more to my tally over here. Just making sure I didn't miss any. Nope. Let's do, okay. I'm fine with just walking. Feels more appropriate this way. Oh. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making the Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise to the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was a narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable free. It's simple. All we need to do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Oh, okay. The Stanley Parable free. Outstretched sequel. Outstretched sequel is absurd. I love it. Every time we restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick up a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Any more content sounds like work, no need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled over again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Sure. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. And see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I don't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright there. The achievement machine is all fixed. Let's see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the correct time. Alright. Oh. 9:17. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Alright, is there anything else special that I should be doing before this? Why is there just a car? Alright. This car is very distracting. Every time you open the game, the number will progress and you'll get a new tile along with a new random background for the title screen. Oh, that's neat. What happens if I click begin the game? Where are we beginning from? I'm just curious.
This is...
Alright, we're still all the way here. Gotcha.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
I'm not really sure. So I'll actually go into... Okay. I can do that. We'll get the achievement and then I can maybe consider just ending it here.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
This has been really good though. I really like this. I know that I didn't explore the original game all too much. And there's certainly some things in this one that I also haven't explored.
And thank you for
but
playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
it's just been a
As you may
very
know,
fun
the
time.
Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Bring the bucket with me? Okay.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a
You got it.
reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe
No
features
second stream?
exciting new
I
content
can maybe
that
consider it.
broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
The only thing is that it's more
Step
just
aside and see
wondering what I
thrilling
can
new
do
adventures await
within
in
the time
the
slot.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
But maybe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited
Yeah,
to see the
that's
thrilling
true.
new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley. I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already?
Why not?
This makes no sense at all. Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I
Yes.
don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order.
No, it does not.
All right, let's see. The jump circle?
I still had no jumps remaining. That's amazing.
The infinite hole, the giant door, did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be?
No.
Have you figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
Nope. Yes.
Wait. If you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly.
Indeed.
Yes. You carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out
The
to
bucket was the only
accomplish.
redeeming
The bucket
factor
is
of
the
your
exciting
terrible
and
sequel
captivating
narrator.
New content that I promised. I did it. I win. I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory in my
Yes,
soul.
victorious
Thank you for
over
enjoying
the
new
gamers.
content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win. 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 I win.
You done? Okay. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad about that. That was... I think that's a very good note to end on right there. Oh, never mind. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate.
Gotcha. That's my fault. My bad.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly
True.
disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first
Yeah,
time ever,
that's what I was
the
thinking of
Stanley
doing.
Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Okay.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort
He
of a
already
single bucket
forgot.
is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Oh god.
Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
Jeez. No, I don't. I refuse to forgive you, narrator. You will never be forgiven for that. There we go. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game
Yep.
on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever and when
There
you
we
pull
go.
it, the achievement... As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended.
Yep, 100%.
It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe.
He's having a fucking meltdown. Holy shit. Is there anything else here? Any ever fun new dialogue like that? I had to know.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well.
It's also close? Okay.
Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well.
Let's find
I
out.
suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Oh, does he not have dialogue for that? Alright. Fair, I guess. What about the hole? Is the hole... I have to know if the hole is back to normal or not.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly
Okay.
fond of. All of his co-workers were gone. Oh, please. Are you really
Gonna do
just
one
doing
last
this for the
thing.
achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Okay.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of
I didn't know if this
witnessing
changed
true
at all.
effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley.
Okay.
I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Like I said, we'll explore it a little bit.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. Where's 437? There it is.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415.
Now, back to door number 437.
Like I said, I just had to know if this changed whatsoever.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
All right.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Oh.
Yes! This
There we
is
go.
great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Where is 416? That's interesting. So is this like now impossible? No, I didn't doubt you. I was just wondering what would happen if I would like change the door or something.
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need.
It's fine. It's fine. Alright, I'm a little disappointed, but it's okay. I just thought it would be the note to end on. That's all. I guess I'll take my bucket and go on the stream. There we go. Could go out the window? God damn it. Alright, let's go out the window. I forgot how to do it. Off the top of my head.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, with the bucket. That's what I was thinking.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Wait. There we go. Yeah, I know. No, I know like how to do it. I was trying to remember like the specific like steps to do it. That's all.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dumb office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
Yes.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans.
Oh, God.
And the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed,
This is
and the
amazing.
bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
Indeed.
What are you talking about? He screamed. You're a bucket! To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
What brow?
No, said the bucket. Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his massive
Hey!
for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No! Stanley screamed even louder this time. This is stupid! You are a bucket!
That is exactly how that sounds.
This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this? As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form,
Oh boy.
transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you
did it.
God.
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
That is by far my new favorite ending. Easily. Goddamn easily. That was fantastic. Alright. I think that's the perfect note to end on here. Thank you everybody for joining on in. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I certainly have. God, I love this game. Yeah, have a good night, you all. I can find someone to read. I'm sorry, I was distracted by Twitter for a second. I'll read Luna. There we go. No, do you know what? Do you know what? No. We are gonna be timely, and we are reading Mr. Creepypasta. For no particular reason. None at all. Certainly not having to do with this whatsoever. Alright, thank you everybody. I hope you all have a good evening.